is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox. We are Ohio.
On this 4th of July, we celebrate our nation's independence. And a packed house awaits the Cleveland Indians. A sold-out venue here at Progressive Field. They lined up early, late this afternoon, to pay tribute to the conquering heroes, fresh off their 14-game win streak, the longest in franchise history. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. That win streak, of course, is now history, but they still have an 11-game win streak on the line at home here tonight. And they've beaten the Tigers 9 straight. They've beaten them every which way you can. But the key, Rick, is they've been ahead almost in every single inning of every game.
Yeah, when you play the Tigers and you've swept them 3 straight times, that has been their MO throughout the course of the year. 9-0 against the Tigers on the season. They've outscored them early. They've added on late. They've turned it over to their starting pitchers, and their starting pitchers have been outstanding. You go back to the last weekend in Detroit, and they had the big series where they hit 4 triples in the game, 3 in 1 inning. And, I mean, that's a triples ballpark. They end up coming home. They're the #1 team in the American League in triples now. So that was fun to see. And they didn't stop there. And then, you know, Rajai Davis, you remember that catch that he made to end that ball game to keep the string going right here. We didn't know if he caught it or what. He ends up catching it. They turn it into a double play. Actually turned into a sacrifice fly the next day. But the Indians ended up winning that ball game, and they kept it rolling.
Well, and they kept it rolling in that series. Game 2, they came out swinging the bats, and I mean, this is the impressive thing: how well they've outscored them 13-1 in the first inning this year. So you get out to the early lead the way they've been pitching. You get a couple of solo home runs. Some days it doesn't seem like that much, but the way they're pitching, it's a lot.
Well, it certainly is. And then you turn the ball over to Carlos Carrasco, who was brilliant. You know, he had a complete game in that series, and he was just dominant. And that's been their MO. It's been fun. You give them an early lead, like you say, but the pitching has been so good, especially during the course of that streak. It's under 2 that they went out there and they just started dealing. And it always seems like the Indians found a way to score 1 or 2 later on in the ball game and just cruise the victory.
In the series finale on Sunday, Justin Verlander got the start, and they clobbered him. Absolutely tattooed him. They hit 4 home runs in 1 inning against Verlander. That never happened to a Tigers pitcher in franchise history.
Especially you think Verlander. Now look, he has his most losses against the Indians than anybody else, but you give up 4 home runs in 1 inning. Not one hitter went down. It didn't seem like he brushed anybody back. They were just having that kind of series, and the Indians rolled in Detroit. And you look at the numbers, runs in the first inning, outscoring them 23-1. The starters have been doing their job, and it's really been fun to watch. But now the Tigers are playing well. They're going to have something to say about this. They want to come into this ballpark, and, you know, they're in second place now. They overtook the Kansas City Royals, so they're going to want to have something to say about it in this series.
You're exactly right. Brad Ausmus said he wanted them to remember the anger they had. And this was after the Indians swept him for the second time this year. He said he wanted them to remember that anger the next time they played him. Well, maybe they forgot because the Indians went into Detroit and swept him again. But I know he's trying to set the tone for his ball club to come out and play well in this series. They've won 6 in a row, but standing in their way is Danny Salazar, who's the reigning American League Pitcher of the Month. He didn't dominate Detroit the last time he faced him, but he pitched well enough to win.
He sure did. Well, Danny, that's how he's been. And for whatever reason, the offense always shows up when Salazar is on the mound. They seem to get 6 or 7 runs in a ball game. But Danny's fastball is explosive. Look early in the game for him to be key. Spotting that fastball, and his changeup has been outstanding. He's won his last 6 starts, and he's matched up against left-hander Daniel Norris. He made a start early last year and only went 3 innings and gave up 4 hits, so no big deal there, but they're going to get a chance at another left-hander.
For those of you just tuning in, we are not starting on time. You may be able to see the tarp is on the field behind us. Just kind of an odd rain. Looks like it's just coming right off the lake, dumping enough rain on the field that they decided. Looked like they had Salazar out there. He was starting to get loose. He was starting to warm up, but they decided, too much rain falling right now, so we're going to wait. Hopefully this will not be a lengthy delay. Let's go down right now to Andre Knott, who's in the Indians dugout. And Andre, a little bit of upheaval before the game. Roster moves are commonplace in baseball, but the Indians made 2 before today's ball game.
Yeah, that 19-inning game is still catching up with the Indians, to say the least. As Tom Gorzolani, as well as Jobber Chamberlain, both were basically designated for assignment today before the game. The game hasn't started, so I guess they were earlier today. They were designated for assignment, and 2 young guys, 2 lefties, or 1 lefty. T.J. House has been brought up. Now, T.J. House about 5 weeks ago in Columbus stopped starting and has gone into the bullpen. His mile per hour is ticked up a little bit. He's throwing as hard as 94, 93. Really only throwing that and a slider right now, as he's basically becoming a guy that's a lefty guy. He told me that this really helped him become a little bit better of a pitcher. He said he's been through so much over the last year and trying to come back from injury that he is built up if they need length. But he says this bullpen thing may work for him right now, guys. He says it's kind of helped slow him down and really focus on what he needs to focus on. And as I said, he's throwing harder than he has been all season long now that he's gone into the bullpen. The other guy that's here is Mike Clevenger. We all remember he made a couple starts for the Tech guys earlier in the year. For this week, because there's 7 games and over the next 7 days, basically the setup is this. He's here in the bullpen for the Indians over the next 7 days. When the All-Star break comes, he'll go back to Columbus and go back in the rotation. Terry Francona said this is kind of twofold. Maybe down the road this season, if they need another arm in the bullpen, they see Mike Clevenger as a guy that can help them in the bullpen. But if that's not the case, they still see him as a starter in the future here with the Indians, but they want to take advantage of having that arm, and they want to have somebody with length out there as well if they get into another situation like they did this past weekend in Toronto.
Andre, this is an Indians ball club that obviously is just coming off a historic run, a 14-game win streak, best ever in franchise history. But you mentioned that 19-inning game and the lasting effect it had on the team. What's the mood of the ball club coming into today's homestand?
Well, the mood is great. I think once the team was able to get home and sleep in their own beds last night, I think a lot of these guys were excited about the crowd. That's really the only bummer that we have right now. I know Jason Kipnis and many others talked about just finally coming here and wanting to show the fans that this team is for real. I'll tell you guys, over the last week or so and what this team was able to do, I think they really have built a bond amongst each other. They trust each other. They believe in one another, and they want to prove it. I know Terry Francona said to the team, you got 7 games left. Give me everything you have. Gut it out. Let's get to the All-Star break and really earn what we've done so far this season. Then we'll come back in the second half of the season and try to ride this thing out and go as far as we can go. But the mood was upbeat. Everybody was happy to be here. Everybody, despite playing a late game on the 4th of July, everybody was thrilled to be here, thrilled with the crowd that was coming. I think once this rain lets up, it should be a fun evening here at the stadium.
Andre, all 3 of us have played on teams together. Rick's obviously played at the ultimate level. You and I have played at the amateur level. Good teams, the one thing we all agree on, good teams have great chemistry. And during that series in Toronto, we saw some guys really put the team before themselves, didn't we?
Yes. Obviously yesterday the game didn't go the way that the guys wanted it to go. And Chris Jimenez came in and pitched 2 innings. And after the game, he basically said, when you look around this clubhouse, how in the world can I say no to going out and pitching for us? He goes, Bauer went out and pitched for us in a game that he wasn't expected to pitch, and he pitched his rear end off and helped us. You look at the bullpen guys and what they had to go through, and you look at what, a guy like Jason Kipnis, who was supposed to be off yesterday, but he has to play because of an injury. Francisco Lindor, he was supposed to be off on Saturday. He ends up playing because of an injury to Juan Uribe. This is the type of team where we're giving it up for each other right now. And I think that's something that really gives this team a belief that they can continue winning, that they can win this division. And with this starting rotation, they believe they've got a legitimate chance to play deep in October. And really, when you're in spring training, that's the goal. and to be halfway through the season and still believe in that goal, I think that says a lot about this edition of the Indians.
Well, they're right. Those guys play together. They're really good around each other. But that 19-inning game could have an impact on this team carrying it into the break. Hopefully it doesn't. You're going to need your starters to go back, Danny Salazar tonight, and I think that's one reason why tonight's game they're going to put it on hold until they're sure when that starter gets ready to go, he's ready to go, because they can't afford to go to that bullpen again. So that's one thing. This team has been fine. You don't have a run like that. These fans want to see this team play at home. We've been playing great at home. I can't wait till this game gets started tonight.
I'm with you, and Danny is pumped up. He feels the same way that you are. He likes it. He's getting the ball today. I think that's the one thing that's been great about these starters. We always talk about the competition amongst them, and they see what the guy did the day before. Well, Danny realizes that everybody's a little bit on the E when it comes to how they feel right now. He wants to be the guy that fills that tank up so it rides into the rest of the week, because they're going to need that to make this a good week as they go into the All-Star break.
Yeah, Andre and Arch, I almost get the feeling Terry Francona right now is he's like a jockey on a great horse in the Kentucky Derby. He knows he's pushed the horse, but the finish line is near as far as the All-Star break. He wants to push it. He can't push it too hard, but he wants that horse to give him everything he's got just to get to that first finish line, the All-Star break, and then hopefully they can regroup after that 4 days off.
And they will do that. These guys are going to be ready for it. I'll tell you what, the fans will help them get up for it. They can't wait. You talk about it this year. We're still last in the league in attendance. Hopefully this week is going to push us above that, and we're going to keep going from that point on, because if they keep playing the way they've been playing, we're going to be just fine.
Well, the fans are definitely here today in full force. We've got a sold-out house here at Progressive Field, and hopefully we'll be watching baseball very soon. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. Al and Jensen will take it away when we return. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by WB Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by your local Toyota dealers, visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. like this. Ian Kinsler will be the leadoff man. That guy right there in your picture, Cameron Maybin. Boy, is he off to a terrific start, hitting .359, batting in the 2-hole. Miguel Cabrera is batting third. He's just 4 RBIs shy of 1,500 for his career. Victor Martinez, Nick Castellanos, Justin Upton occupy the middle third. Then Stephen Moya, James McCann, and Jose Iglesias batting ninth.
Salazar is ready. He's going to take his team out to the field on July 4th. You're right, a little late, but I'll tell you what, better late than never. The rain is subsided. Still, like you say, it's not a bad night as far as temperature goes. And they are back into their blue tops as we get home. Let's check out tonight's Northern Ohio Honda starting pitcher, Danny Salazar. Danny, on the year, he has been on a roll. He is 10-3 with a 2.22 ERA, league best, and he 6 straight games. I mean, he has been on a roll. He's the pitcher of the month for the month of June, coming off a great start in Atlanta. He has beaten the Tigers earlier this year in one start. He went 5 2/3 innings, as we told you earlier, 4 hits, 3 runs, but he did walk 5 in that start. So to me, that's going to be a big key. This team knows what he throws, what he likes to throw, and they've been on a pretty good roll as well. Let's check out the defense, which is brought to you by Jeep. It's going to be Ramirez in left field, Davis is in center, Almonte over in right, Uribe at third, Lindor at short, Kipnis is at second, Napoli at first, with Gomes doing the catching.
The umpiring crew tonight, Mike Everett, he's the crew chief, he's got the plate. Jordan Baker at first, Tim Timmons at second, Ryan Blackney is at third. So Danny Salazar will try to slow down a Tigers unit that is playing well right now. During their current 6-game win streak, Tigers are batting .298. Averaging better than 7 runs a ball game.
Well, that's the Tigers. Their team built on offense, and they have been swinging the bat. They have power. We all know that. But the one thing the Indians have done, they've been able to neutralize those big bats in the lineup. And they pitched them very well. And a lot of times, we talked that last time in Detroit, Matt, they pitch inside, and they're forcing them to roll that ball over, or at least to third base.
Boy, we saw a lot of that. So Juan Uribe might be busy again. Still just a little bit of a mist falling here at game time. Danny Salazar with a fastball strike, and we're underway. Game time temperature is 70 degrees. And Kinsler fouls the next pitch back. He's in the hole 0-2.
Kinsler just came back and hit his 200th home run. This guy's been a really good player and a nice leadoff hitter for him. 16 homers, 52 ribbies on the season.
Strike 3 called. Kinsler is rung up 1 away.
Well, Salazar wasn't kidding. He came out and he pumped 3 pitches right by him. He didn't mess around on all fastballs. This will be our Circle K strikeout. A fastball with a comeback to it over the outside corner. So 3 pitches, he gets a strikeout on the first hitter.
Cameron Maybin. And he takes just missing for ball 1. Maybin has hit in 7 of his last 9 games. Batting .438 during that stretch. And he looks at a strike to even the count. Maybin appearing in his 43rd game this year. Low and away. And a foul right back. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, but it was above the belt.
Tough to get on top if you're a hitter and get something on top of that high fastball that's above the belt. You really have to be short and quick to it. A lot of times you'll foul it straight back like Maben did right there.
And the 2-2 got him looking. Looked like he just gave up on that changeup and it floated in for a strike. And Salazar has punched out the first two.
Well, when you prove you can throw that fastball by a guy, then all of a sudden that ball starts where that last one was, and then all of a sudden it starts diving. It sort of locks you up. And that changeup that Salazar has is lethal.
Player profile brought to you by Levin Furniture. In his last 14 games against the Indians, going back to a season ago, Cabrera batting just .120 after hitting .479 in his previous 30-plus. He goes after the first pitch, and Jason Kipnis throws him out. A great start for Salazar as this crowd roars. The Tigers go in order. The Indians are coming to bat. By Progressive. Rajai Davis in the leadoff spot. Jason Kipnis will bat second. Francisco Lindor, hitting at even .300 on the year, will bat third. Then it's Mike Napoli, followed by Carlos Santana and Jose Ramirez. Yan Gomes, Juan Uribe, and Abraham Almonte will bat ninth.
And the Hyundai starting pitcher for the Tigers is going to be Daniel Norris. Norris making his third start on the year. 1-0 record. He won his last start against Miami, and in his two starts, 5 innings in both starts. But the Tigers are 2-0 in his starts. So we'll check it out and see what he has to offer to this Indians team. Only one left-handed hitter. The rest of them that are left-handed hitters are switch hitters.
Rajai Davis coming off a great series against Toronto. He went 6 for 19 with a couple of doubles. He had a triple, couple of home runs. And he takes the first pitch strike from Daniel Norris. Norris, a left-hander, uses that abbreviated windup. And Rajai fouls it off to the right. Might start calling that the David Price windup.
Well, yeah, we see that more and more nowadays. You know, these guys don't go to the full windup. It is abbreviated. And even like Carrasco, they go out of the stretch.
Bounced that well in front of the plate.
Sure did.
And a 1-ball, 2-strike count as Davis tries to get the Indians offense started here in inning number 1. He's batted .314 at home this year.
Well, and hot as he's been, that's why he's leading off against the left-hander, but he throws the fastball by him.
Elevated that for the strikeout. One down here in the first.
Let's check that Detroit defense behind Norris tonight. They are rated 4th in the league in fielding percentage. It looks like this. Upton in left, Maben in center, Moya over in right. It'll be Castellanos at third, Iglesias at short,
Kinsler is at second, Cabrera at first, McCann doing the catching.
Well, a big reason for the Indians' success within the Central Division this year has been the offense. The Indians are 24-10 against Central foes, and they're averaging better than 5 runs a game. As Jason Kipnis takes a first pitch strike.
They have taken care of their business in their division, no question.
Kipnis has done a much better job of late against left-handed pitching. He's bumped his average up against southpaws to 248.
As a matter of fact, Norris 357 average, 2 left-handers too.
And Jason swings and hits a fly ball to deep right field. Moya's back on the track and makes the catch just in front of the wall for out number 2. Take a look at our keys to the game, brought to you by Wayside Furniture. Early fireworks. Well, we told you before, the Indians have outscored Detroit in the first 3 innings this year, 23-1. And keep Miguel Cabrera in check. They've done that all season long. If they can continue to do that, it gives you a great chance against this team. They're not a one-man band, but if he gets rolling, you're really in trouble.
Well, the key is keep the guys off base in front of him, and you don't have to really pitch to him.
Francisco Lindor takes a called strike. Lindor had 11 hits on the 10-game road trip, including a couple of home runs.
Right now, Norris still searching for that breaking ball for strikes. He bounced one earlier to Davis, tried to throw one here. He's basically throwing the fastball right now.
Bouncing ball to first. Cabrera slides and makes the catch. Goes to the bag, just did beat him. And the Indians go 1-2-3. We've played an inning at Progressive Field, no score. Arquilla in the driver's seat. Shows you that Danny Salazar has just completed a phenomenal month of June in which he was named the American League Pitcher of the Month, and why not? Tough to beat those numbers.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Now, there were some guys that had good numbers, including his teammate Trevor Bauer, but the 5-0 and the ERA sub-2 just jumps out at voters.
Well, yes, the ERA is the league's best, but the 5-0, that comes from some of his teammates because they have a tendency to score when Danny's on the mound, and that's what you need. So, you know, not only on his part, he did a wonderful job on the mound, but his teammates did a nice job getting him some runs during the game as well.
Victor Martinez will lead off the second. Boy, has he got some sweet shoes.
Oh, yeah. Did you see Cabrera's when he walked up? It might be the same. Yeah, about those.
Red, white, and blue with the stars.
Just for today.
Fastball fouled right back. You'll notice both teams wearing special 4th of July caps.
Jerseys, caps, yeah.
Stars.
Yep.
Very festive, very sharp. Indians have the big shift on for Victor. Uribe's out there. He's playing shortstop essentially. Curveball just missed outside. Boy, that was a pretty good looking pitch. And it's 2-1.
I would think, though, if Martinez gets the 2 strikes and as hard as Salazar throws, Victor should be able to serve him to left if he chooses to. He's one guy that can go the other way. But when he gets a count in his favor, he's not going to try. He's going to try and pull.
Three-one count. Popped him up behind the plate.
Yeah, he went
Gomes.
after a ball.
One away.
Well, Indians baseball is live with the MLB.com @bat app. You can stay connected all season with radio broadcasts, video highlights, stats, news, and more. Download MLB.com @bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your smartphone and tablet.
That brings up Nick Castellanos. Batting .299 on the year. Fastball at the knees, outside corner.
Castellanos has had a nice year so far. Probably one of the better years of any Tiger against the Indians, where he's 10 for 31 with a homer and 6 ribbies. That equates out to a .323 average.
Didn't want that one away, but that's where it ended up. But Castellanos can only foul it off, and it's 0-2. Boy, look at the difference for Castellanos from a year ago.
Indeed, boy, he's picked it up. And you know what? He has had to pick it up because J.D. Martinez being on the disabled list.
Yeah.
He's done a great job against right-handed pitching. Between him and Cabrera, they're really good against righties.
Pulls that off the facing of the Tribe dugout over to Dave Clark, the third base coach.
You know, you would think that the Tigers are better off against left-handed pitchers with all the right-handed hitters. They actually like right-handers a lot better, and it doesn't surprise me. They like the ball going away from them because if they get it, they can wear you out. The Tigers 13-10 against lefties, 31-28 against righties.
Out of play. You know, it's interesting. If you have a right-handed dominant lineup, meaning if you have 7 or even 8 right-handed bats, it's not as adverse to face a right-handed pitcher as if you have 7 or 8 left-handed bats and you face
Facing
a lefty.
the lefty. Right. Well, we witnessed that firsthand a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Salazar's 0-2 pitch. He got it down and in, pulls it, keeps it fair. And into the corner it goes for the game's first hit and 1-out double.
Yeah, 0-2. Come out, didn't hit his spot, and Castellanos makes him pay.
18th double of the year for Castellanos.
Got one down and in. He takes it down into the corner. That's double number 18.
And that will bring up Justin Upton. Upton's season numbers look disappointing, and overall I guess you'd have to say they are, but he has been much better of late. Fouls that back, and he's a guy that, we've said this before, he can be streaky, and when he gets hot, he can get sizzling hot.
Well, I think it's also adjusting to a different league coming over here. Although he's hitting in a very good lineup, you know, he's got to get used to some of the pitchers he's facing for the first time. And he's coming into this Cleveland, he's facing some tough pitchers.
He had an 11-game hitting streak mid-June. chops it off the plate. Uribe guns it over, and Napoli with a terrific job to dig it out.
Well, we got to think about that too with the finger on Uribe. When he was hit the other day in Toronto, split his fingernail, but here's the first throw he's had to make, and his short hops him. But he gets help from his friend over there. Napoli picks it. It wasn't much of a short hop, if any. He digs it out, but they get the guy at first.
So with 2 down, Steven Moya to the plate. Now Moya played in that first game of the series in Detroit. He swung the bat well, but he hurt himself when he dove for a ball that ultimately went for a triple and did not play in the next 2 games.
You know, I think he lost that ball. That was Chisenhall's triple. I think he lost it in the lights when he was running in. But he swung the bat pretty good in that series in Detroit. He looked like a big, strong left-handed hitter.
Well, at 6'6", he is some tall timber.
Yeah, he is. As a matter of fact, he had some pretty good swings off Salazar in that series. That changeup, he was on it. You throw him that fastball, don't make it down and in. You got to get it in there around the belt. Big guy that has that wide open stance at home plate.
He'll turn 25 in August. Pulls it, and it's fair. And Napoli takes it himself. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Middle of the second, no score in Cleveland. Mike Napoli, Carlos Santana, Jose Ramirez due up for the tribal. Go down to Andre.
In the first inning, a little bit about Derek Norris and the windup or lack of windup that he has. I know I've talked to Mickey Callaway over the last couple months about how many pitchers have done that. He was even telling us a little bit about Zach McAllister. He says a lot of these guys are doing this at this point in time to ease themselves into it and to make it easier to keep their fundamentals and their mechanics together. And when they've got a guy on base, it kind of keeps everything almost in the same rhythm. That's why he thinks you see so many young pitchers going that route nowadays with this short, quick windup that you see so much now.
Trying to repeat their delivery.
Yes.
Yeah, it makes sense. But you're not, you lose maybe some of the motion from that.
Mike Napoli smacks one up the alley in left center field. He's on his way to second base with a leadoff double.
Well, he wasn't going to spot Norris anything. He jumped on that first pitch and got after it in a hurry. Lined it up the gap. Double number 14 for Knapp, so they get their leadoff man aboard and in scoring position. See if they can get him over and in. There he says, let's go.
Now Carlos Santana with a runner in scoring position. Santana's hit in 4 straight games, going 7 for his last 19. And a pitch over the outside corner for a called strike.
Yeah, Santana, a .230 hitter with 2 homers and 9 RBIs from this side of the plate. They're going to try and keep him from shooting the ball to the right side.
And he lines one up the middle into center field, a base hit. Coming around third, Napoli will try to score. He will, as Maben bobbled the ball, and the Indians strike first. Santana's 45th run batted in on the year.
Yeah, he was jammed on that pitch, but he got it over the infield and into center field. And I was watching Mike Sarbaugh, the third base coach, and you know, he was waiting to see. This will be our AT&T high-speed replay, and he muscles that. And it's either a cutter or a fastball in on the hands, and he says, "Come on, Knapp, you gotta go." And then once Maben bobbled the ball, of course, he could go in standing up. So the Indians play from in front, 1-0. Santana's 45th RBI.
The Indians are 37-8 on the year when they score first. And if you missed it, because it seems like it was a long time ago, at the very top of our telecast, the Tigers have had the lead for 1/2 of an inning in the first 9 games of this series.
Well, and that's when we were in Detroit. It was a home run by Micah Vilas, and then the very bottom or top of the next inning, the Indians came back and took the lead again.
Ramirez pulls it foul. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Now that was remarkable. When we were there, we couldn't believe it. That was their first lead of the year.
Yeah. But that's how you run out to 9 straight wins.
Yeah, and that's how that's right. That's how you beat them. And they've done a great job with hitting with runners in scoring position. In 10 games, they're hitting .423.
And Ramirez lines one down the right field line. It's a fair ball. It'll go to the wall. Santana, he's into third. Sarbaugh puts the brakes on him there as the throw hit Miguel Cabrera, the second cutoff man. And the Indians are set up here in the second with runners at second and third on the 20th double of the year for Jose Ramirez.
What a pretty swing there by Jose. He stayed on that fastball and just shoots it down the right field line. Really good approach, and he loves hitting in this ballpark. And boy, he takes it the other way. And Sarbaugh was not going to get too aggressive with nobody out. He held Santana at third. He was thinking about it, but with nobody out, you just got to keep him there, and you're going to give the opportunity to the next hitters to get him home. Ramirez at home this year, a .352 average. He is now 39 for 109. So he has loved hitting in this ballpark. And Jose leads this team in doubles. That's number 20 for him.
Rich Doobie, the pitching coach, out to talk with Daniel Norris, who retired him 1, 2, 3 in the first. But here in the second, double, single, double. A run in. And the Indians threatening to have a big inning. The batter will be Yan Gomes. Despite the struggles of Gomes this year, with runners in scoring position, he has batted .288. That's 15 out of 52. And against left-handed pitching, he's batting .311.
Well, he's got a free at-bat here with the infield back. Even a ground ball would get a run home.
And he takes down low, ball 1.
as long as you don't pull it hard to third base.
Well, and that was good patience there, because a lot of times as a hitter, you see that pitching coach out, you're thinking he's going to come and try to get ahead of me with a fastball, but Jan waited back.
He's got to stay patient. Let the pitcher come to him.
Swung at a pitch that was probably out of the zone.
It was probably a little too high. He's a low ball hitter, so he should focus down in the strike zone. But he's been so anxious, and he's an anxious type of hitter. And when you're struggling, boy, you try so hard to get the job done.
Well, plus I think too in this situation as a hitter, you're looking for a ball up that you can elevate, but that's too high.
But you know, he's a better low ball hitter. He's got to really go from the waist down.
Got in on him, popped it up foul and into the seats. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2. He swung on a ball that bounced in front of the plate, and he strikes out, 1 away. Second K for Daniel Norris.
Well, I think Gomes swung at maybe 1 strike in this at bat. He chased one upstairs, and then he swings one way out in front of the plate. So the patience was not there. Goes down as the first out here in the inning.
Well, that'll bring up Juan Uribe. Juan has loved hitting here at Progressive Field this year, batting .280 at home. And he lifts one foul out of plate on the right side.
Right now, I would think on contact, Santana's looking for any ball on the ground to go.
And Uribe fouls one back. He's in the hole 0-2.
Norris throwing that 93-mile-an-hour fastball, and he's elevating it above the belt, or at least he has in the last 2 hitters. You saw the approach by Ramirez, try and shoot him the other way. He stayed on it.
Brad Ausmus in his 3rd year at the helm in Detroit. He's got his team back in the race in the Central.
He's hoping his pitcher can work around this. Indians certainly could use 1 more run to score, at least put 2 on the board. Opportunity is there.
And he swung at a ball in the dirt, and he strikes out. 2 down. Boy, back-to-back at bats where Norris just took advantage of over-aggressive hitters.
Well, you're right, and both of them bounced. After he got to 2 strikes, he bounces the curveball. He's able to get the fastball ahead early. That's a big pitch for him. He trusts his catcher's going to block it. McCann does, looks the runner back. And now a chance to get out of this. And boy, I think that would be a boost for the Tigers if they can get out of this inning allowing just the 1 run.
Abraham Almonte activated from the restricted list yesterday in Toronto. Got his first action and was 0 for 3 in that game. Last year, when he came over to the Tribe, he batted .264. 5 homers, 9 doubles, 5 triples. That's outside, ball 1. He had a 7-game stint in the minor leagues before they activated. He hit in every game. Chopper back up the middle. It's scooped by Iglesias, and he throws him out. Well, the Indians get 1, but they waste a scoring opportunity to add to it here in the 2nd. Cleveland 1, Detroit 0. Miller time brought to you by Miller Lite. Have a safe and happy 4th of July wherever you're watching tonight.
It won't be the 4th much longer. Yeah. Only 2 more hours.
We're a little late getting started.
We had a late start today.
For Detroit here in the 3rd inning, James McCann to lead it off. Pitch down low, ball 1. Kansas City lost earlier to Toronto 6-1. Royals started the day 3rd place in the division, a half game back of Detroit. Salazar misses up high, 2-0. James McCann, Jose Iglesias, and Ian Kinsler for Detroit here in inning number 3. Popped up foul, back out of play. Daniel Norris dodged a major bullet in the 2nd inning. First 3 reached, but only 1 run scored. A ball hard hit into right field. And the Tigers have their leadoff man aboard.
Yep, for the first time. That was a good swing by McCann, staying on the baseball, shooting it the other way. Took a fastball. That's not a bad approach facing Salazar, because with that changeup, but it's elevated a little bit, but it was right there. 2nd hit now for the Tigers.
And it will bring up Jose Iglesias. And the Tigers shortstop has picked up a hit in 28 out of his last 34 games.
This is a guy you got to watch out for where they could start something here. Out of the bottom part of the lineup. I'm sure he can handle the bat.
Iglesias has 258 at-bats this year and has struck out 29 times. Upstairs again, 2-0. High again.
Yeah, all 3 pitches upstairs. Got to make an adjustment. It was actually Danny's 3rd straight 2-0 count. Now it's 3-0.
That one's right down Broadway, 3-1.
And this would be a good time to start your runner if you wanted to. If you felt that Iglesias could put it in play, you could start your runner. He's over there talking to Omar at first base, his first base coach, and he's relaying the signs, but it doesn't look like much.
Nothing doing. Strike 2
taking
call.
all the way. So I'm just figuring you're trying to make something happen against a tough pitcher. You're at the bottom part of your lineup. You're rolling over to Kinsler, who's on deck. He knows his team better than I do, but I like being aggressive, especially the way they've scored against the Indians this year. You have to try something different.
Runner does not go. Payoff pitch is fouled by Iglesias off of his back foot.
How did that go off the back foot when you're throwing a fastball that hard at 96? They have the protection on the front foot, but that was off his back knee.
Yeah.
And he got jammed with it and went straight down into his knee. He just deflected that ball. That's hard to do. That is really hard to do. I don't think I've ever done that in my life.
We see it though more times nowadays.
We really do.
Again, a 3-2. Another foul back.
Well, if you're Iglesias, you feel I'm going to get a fastball. He doesn't want to walk me. There's nobody out here. You got the man on first base, so he's looking for fastballs, and he's getting them. Just tough to center on the baseball off Salazar.
How does he stay with that fastball, or does he try to get a swing and a miss with a changeup? No, staying with the heater.
Go with the heater, make him hit it.
He does, but perfect. Lindor's right there.
That's
double
what we're
play.
Looking for. Yeah, you gotta make him put it in play. He did, and he hit it right on the nose now. He did hit it hard, and he hit it right into the tracks of Lindor at second base. You couldn't ask for anything any better or any easier.
Two things about that play. One, if you're Iglesias, you're thinking, I just hit that thing right square on the
barrel.
Can't hit it
any
and
better.
I hit it. And if you're Lindor, you're like, he hit it right to me. I don't even have to move.
One hopper.
Top of the order, Ian Kinsler.
Ooh.
96.
There you go. My best against yours. And Kinsler, my friends, a good fastball hitter.
Yesterday hit his 200th career home run.
He can turn it around with the best of them. And that ball, Danny threw it by him. He'll be ready for it, though. He'll put up a good swing.
Comes with a breaking ball. I don't know if that was a changeup or just a nice
might have
curve.
been a slider at that time. It's hard to tell with him the way he holds his changeup. Sometimes it comes out and it looks like a slider.
Now the 0-2. Fastball here right to Lindor, backhander. And a perfect throw to get him. No runs a hit, nobody left. 1-0 Cleveland.
Air Base. I want to wish everybody back home, friends and family, a happy Independence Day, and I want to wish the best to the Cleveland Indians. Go Tribe!
And thanks to all the men and women serving this great nation on a happy 4th of July. 1-0 Cleveland, bottom of the third. Top of the order due up. Rajay Davis struck out his only time up. He takes a strike. And a curveball in the dirt. Well,
This is something I'm looking for. Second time through the order.
Yep.
What kind of adjustments they make. They saw that big curveball, but it's a chase pitch.
Yeah, it's a chase pitch. He's staying with his fastball to get to 2 strikes and then getting him to expand his strike zone, swinging at that breaking ball. To me, he hasn't proven he can throw it for a strike, so you take it. There's another off-speed pitch for a ball. So it's been attack with the fastball early when you get ahead and get to go with the breaking ball for the chase. Change up.
2-2. Last 14 games, Rajay hitting .358.
There you go. Elevate. Try and change the eye level. Now it's a full count. Let's see what he throws in this count to the leadoff hitter. See if he's going to challenge him here. That's what I would look for to this point.
It's up high, ball 4. So good at bat for Rajay to not chase. And the Indians have their leadoff man aboard for the 2nd inning in a row. Injury report tonight brought to you by the attorneys at Elk & Elk. And for Detroit, just hours before the game, and all of a sudden here comes the trainer for Detroit and manager Brad Osmus out to check on Daniel Norris. But Jordan Zimmerman, he was put on the DL with a neck strain. Problem has been bothering him since that start against the Indians back in Cleveland. So they've moved Anibal Sanchez into the rotation for tomorrow's start. I didn't see anything, did you?
No, I didn't. I mean, I was watching. No, I did not. I didn't notice anything that he flinched or anything happened. They came walking out.
Molikin, who just got up in the bullpen, he was just called up when they made that move to put Jordan Zimmerman on the DL.
They're going to go to the bullpen. They're going to go to the bullpen. Whatever, there must have been something wrong, before this start, and something they were going to keep an eye on. I don't see him trying to fight to stay in there, so something must be wrong. Yeah, he is coming out. He's coming out of there. Something's bothering him. And whoever will come into this game will have all the time he needs. Just what you need, another delay.
Wow, that's the last thing I'm sure the Tigers wanted to see.
No kid.
After putting Jordan Zimmerman on the DL before the game. Now they've got a pitcher headed off here in the 3rd inning. So the Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen has been made. We'll be back to tell you about the new pitcher when we return. But if you go back to the end of the 2nd inning, when the Indians were batting, Almonte's ground ball, he reaches for it.
Right.
And again, not that anything happened right there, but as soon as he came off, he went into the dugout and the trainer was immediately over talking to him, and then they went out of the dugout until he came back for this third inning.
That's the only thing that we could pick up. So we don't know if there's anything wrong with him or not. And I'm sure we'll find out.
Now, Dustin Mollican was at AAA Toledo. He pitched last year in the Indians organization. He made 40 appearances for AAA Columbus and went 5-3 with a 3.25 ERA. He's bounced around the last few years. He was in the Pirates organization, the Rockies organization. He's been with the Tigers. Obviously last year with the Indians organization. But he's coming on here in the third, and Jason Kipnis will be the batter.
And he'll get all the time he needs, that's for sure. Well, this will give us time to say happy birthday to a few people. We got to send out a very special happy birthday to Hadley Murphy, turning 2 years old tonight.
Yeah.
Hadley, happy birthday. I know she's still up because she stays up real late. Make sure you keep Daddy up till about 4 or 5 tonight, if you would, please. Also, Wayne Peel, turning 62 from Youngstown, Ohio. Happy birthday to you. And George Boyle of Buchanan, New York, turning 80 years old. Happy birthday to each and every one.
I got a couple more, Arch. Sue Rao in Seven Hills. Happy 78th birthday. Happy birthday, Sue. And Milan Milosevic celebrating his 95th birthday.
Good for you. Congratulations. Happy birthday.
They make them for the long haul down to Steubenville.
The U.S. is 40 years old today?
Yeah, we're 10 years away from the 250th celebration.
Kidding.
Well, now Jason Kipnis stands in against Dustin Mollican. With the leadoff man aboard here in the home half of the third. And that pitch up high, ball one. Jason Kipnis has been pretty steady throughout the year. Over his last 49 games, he's batted .270 with 8 of his 11 home runs.
He just missed one his first time up. Got down on the trademark a little bit, hit it to the right field trap. Well, they have to keep an eye on Rajai because he will take off, and they know that. He played for him. He doesn't waste time if he picks up a move that the pitcher has. He'll leave early.
He leads the league in stolen bases, one more than Jose Altuve of Houston with 22.
And the impressive thing is that Rajai, 35 years old.
He's only been caught 3 times.
Yeah, and think about it, the couple times he's been caught, I think if we went to the review, he might have been safe. That first one here.
Well, don't bring that up to Mike Barnett. He's still salty over that one.
That's okay.
He'd like to have he'd like to have that one back.
I didn't mention that to Mike. I didn't mention his name. You're bringing attention where it doesn't need.
Well, you said replay.
Well, that's right.
Now the 1-1 to Kip. Line drive, base hit right field, and Rajai will go to third. Kipnis is going to turn and go to second.
Good hustle.
And Moya's throw not nearly in time as Davis, he tore around third with a full head of steam. And the Indians have runners at second and third and nobody out.
Yeah, third double of the night so far, and now the and Kipnis took off. I think that they know. We watched Moya back last weekend in Detroit. I think you can run on him in outfield defensively. And Kipnis didn't hesitate. He just kept right on going.
Well, Arch, it looked like he was playing awfully deep.
Yeah. I mean, here it is, and, it takes a while for him to get it in. And Rajai, he was going to get to third easily. So the inning's set up now, second and third, and nobody out. Chance to come right back and put some on the board.
Now Francisco Lindor bounced out to first his first time up, but that was right-handed. Now turns around from the left side. Now foul off the end of the bat.
Yep.
We'll need a new piece of lumber.
You could hear it. It did not sound good. It split at the top. Good little stick him on that handle.
I don't know if you need more or less when it's really humid tonight. It's only 70 degrees, but the humidity Probably because of the rain and just it feels like everything's fogged in as it is.
Well, at least the rain's out of here.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be hot the next few days, so maybe that's what's coming.
Yeah, you're right. Lindor taking, it's a strike, 0-2. Francisco batting .343 at home this year. But he's got a battle now. Lindor, the runner-up for Rookie of the Year honors a season ago. But he has followed that up with a fantastic first half to this year.
There it goes, that chase pitch again. Even the right-hander coming in trying to get the Indians hitters to chase that breaking ball in the dirt.
Well, you can see that's a game plan.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they're elevating. They're changing the eye level. They're going up top, and then they're going back down in the dirt, trying to get them to chase.
Well, you knew they had to do something. I mean, what's the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, hoping for a different result.
Right.
So they had to make some kind of an adjustment.
I guarantee they're coming into this series, and they had some serious meetings. That'll
Lindor
get it done.
With a fly ball to center. Maben makes the catch. Tagging is Rajai Davis. He'll come home to score. And Kipnis tags and goes to third.
Good hustle by Kipnis. Get your feet to third base. He sure did. He tagged up and he was going to force to make a good throw. It was going to be easy for Davis to score. So Lindor, he gets the job done. Not only does he get the runner from third, he gets the runner from second to third to give Napoli another at-bat with a chance to drive in a run here.
So a 2-0 drive as Mike Napoli steps in, and Napoli doubled to left center his first time up. Although that was off the left-hander Daniel Norris, who departed here in the third inning.
That run is charged to Norris now, so he gives up 2 runs. He gives them both up. Infield in.
And that pitch just missed down and in. Infield in, but the outfield deep. Mason Kipnis off at third. And Napoli fouls one back our way. Sound like it hit the Liberty Bell, didn't it?
That was just a booth off from us.
Hit the railing right next to our booth. And Napoli turns in frustration after he fouled that fastball back. It's 1-2. Dustin Mollican's pitch struck him out. 2 down.
Looked like a fastball down and away. They wanted it up, and he went down. How about that? They wanted to change eye level. The target McCann put up there was up and in, and it went down, and it had quite a bit of the plate. But he gets the strikeout and a chance to get out of the inning again without allowing only 1 run by the Indians.
Carlos Santana had an RBI hit his first time up. Downstairs, ball 1. Don Adams banging away in the left field bleachers. And it's 2-0 on Santana.
Now they pull Iglesias over to the right side. It took a 2-0 count to get him there.
Kinsler backing up on the grass in shallow right. Down and in, 3-0. And Jose Ramirez would be next.
They want to face the wrong guy if they walk Santana. They're going to be facing the Indians' best hitter with runners in scoring position on deck.
And especially with 2 outs.
Yeah. He's been good all year.
This sellout crowd once more. And breaking ball, drops it in for a strike.
If you want to throw a 3-0 hook and you throw it for a strike, good for you. You give it to him.
Now the 3-1 offering. And that was a pitch that was a fastball, but he's probably looking middle in right there. Not really.
Well, it wasn't in his zone that he wanted, that's for sure. So that's all right. It's 3-2. Carlos, a guy who's not afraid to take a walk. And if that's not your pitch, you spit on it. Look where that is. You're not going to elevate that pitch. That's a tough one to hit. That was a pretty good pitch. So he went 3-0 breaking ball, 3-1 fastball. And now Kipnis broke down the line at third, so he made Mulligan step off the rubber.
And the payoff pitch is in the dirt, ball 4. And a good stop there by McCann with Kipnis down there at third base. So runners at the corners with 2 away, and Jose Ramirez, who doubled to right his first time up, will be the batter.
Well, pregame in the district from 5 to 7. That'll take place Friday before the Tribe takes on the Yankees. You can enjoy $2 Miller Lite cans. Plus, it'll be Dollar Dog Night all night long. Post-game fireworks. To follow that ball game, go to Indians.com and get your tickets.
Jose Ramirez, 386 average on the year with runners in scoring position and 2 outs, and he's better with runners in scoring position. He's better than that with 2 outs. Takes ball 1. And that right there is why he's been so good. Because when he gets in these situations, he doesn't seem to expand his strike zone. He stays exactly the same hitter.
And he lays off pitches out of the zone. He's very patient. And his first at-bat showed you. After they had a run in, he shot a ball down the right field line. Double stayed on the fastball off the left-hander Norris. Hitting with runners in scoring position, especially with 2 outs, you have to have a patience. You can't be overly aggressive. You have to be patient, and if the pitcher makes his pitches, he's going to get you out anyway. But if you're patient and he makes a mistake and you get him, those are big hits. Your team loves that. That gives you a big boost.
Popped him up, and this will get him out of the inning. Castellanos makes the catch. Indians get another run. They lead it 2-0 after 3. baseball. Steven Strasburg flirted with a no-hitter. Coming off the DL. He's gone 11-0 this year.
Yeah, I guess he was healthy coming back, wasn't he? What do you have, some neck strain or some problems in his upper back?
Yeah, I don't know exactly, but
well, he's back.
I'm sure it gave them cause for concern.
Only 11-0.
Cameron Maybin will lead off the fourth for Detroit.
Salazar looking for his 11th win tonight as well. Has a 2-0 lead here going into the fourth.
Chopped up the middle, and that is going to get through. Third hit for Detroit, and a third, or make it the second time they've had their leadoff man aboard.
Well, this is a breaking ball, little slider that's hit right out in front of the plate, but it's placed perfectly. One bounce over Salazar and into center field. This guy's been doing a good job getting on base for the big boys.
In tight to Cabrera. Pop back out of play. Miguel Cabrera grounded out on the first pitch he saw in the first inning. He has grounded into a team high 12 double plays this year.
Yeah, he's a guy, if he hits it at anybody, it's tailor-made. It's routine double play. But they've done a good job of keeping the ball in on him this year, making him use his hands and really try to pull a ball.
Hard hit ball to third, and Uribe misplays it. And no play, everybody's safe.
You know, he may not have gotten two with that ball, but he didn't catch it. And I thought he would have been able to get one easily, at least at second base, but he couldn't hold on to it. We'll see how they score it. It's a hit. Okay, out of the reach. It'll go as an infield single. So first and second now for the Tigers and nobody out.
And now Victor Martinez to the plate, fouled out his only time up. Victor on a 3-1 pitch popped it straight up at home plate.
Here's another guy you'd like to see hit it on the ground at somebody.
No, he's second on the team, having hit into 10 double plays. Or no, you know what? I beg your pardon. It's J.D. Martinez who's hit into 10. Victor's hit into 9. And a good off-speed pitch in for a strike. Victor doesn't like it. It's 1-1.
Nice change up there by Salazar. There you'll see the spin. You can tell the rotation. It's a good pitch.
Two on, nobody out. And a foul back. Count 1 ball 2 strikes. Martinez had himself a monster game just a few days ago down in Tampa on Friday. He hit 2 3-run homers. Even at this stage in his career, he still swings a potent bat. 7th best average in the American League. Got him looking. Oh, what a pitch by Danny Salazar. 1 away. His 3rd strikeout of the night.
Well, it comes at the right time with the right guy at the plate. Let's check that sequence to Victor. He goes and misses down with the fastball, and then a changeup. He gets the call. Victor didn't like it. Then he throws that heater again. He fouled it off, and a nice changeup away on the outside corner. You may want those calls. Those were good pitches. So that's out number 1.
But now he's got Nick Castellanos, who's given the Indians fits this year.
Well, 11 hits against the Tribe so far this year. He had him down in the count 0-2 his first at bat, and made a mistake, and he hit a double down the left field line.
A vicious fastball.
Yes, it was.
Swung out and missed at a 94-mile-an-hour fastball that was sinking low.
Yeah, but it's down. You know, when that fastball's down there, it's tough to get down there and get it. They wanted it in. Boy, that's tough. You got to use your legs to get down there. That's hard to get to. Again, he's ahead of him. 1-2. He's been able to throw the fastball by him.
He wanted it away, tried to get him to chase. Now it's 2-2. Maben led off with a single to center. Cabrera squeaked one past Uribe at 3rd. And Castellanos waves at it. Back-to-back strikeouts now for Salazar.
You see that fastball before that, I think maybe set that last pitch up, because he got a swing from Castellanos that you don't normally see, and that was the changeup. He thought that was going to be that fastball away. He might have tried to slap to right, but it just never gets there, and he couldn't stop his swing. So back-to-back strikeouts now for Salazar.
Yeah, Justin Upton, the hitter, grounded out to 3rd. His only time up tonight. And he deals, and a changeup floats in for a strike. Out of play right side. It's 0-2.
Crowd starting to get into it. Yeah, they want to see him finish it off. Promising start to this inning for Detroit. Salazar is sort of quieted down. I think these fans are a little tired. They had over that 2-hour delay.
They've already played a game tonight.
Yeah, you're right. This is the second game.
Now the 2-strike pitch. Up high. Justin Upton with 2 on and 2 out. Here in the 4th, Indians up 2. Swung out and missed. He blew it by him at 95. Salazar gives up back-to-back singles to start the inning and then punches him out 1-2-3. 2-0 Cleveland.
On Saturday, the Indians will take on the Yankees. Plus, visit the T-Mobile pregame district block party, and KeyBank will be providing specials for fans all weekend as part of the KeyBank hassle-free weekend. Just go to Indians.com and get your tickets. Only a few more games heading into the All-Star break.
Yeah, the Tigers tomorrow night, and then Wednesday afternoon. Then it's the Yankees for 4.
Yeah, then we go into the break and start on the road again. So it'd be nice to have a fun homestand. Close it out in good fashion.
Off to a good start tonight. The Indians lead it 2-0. But they have left some scoring chances out there already. Gomes swings and grounds one to third. And Castellanos with a throw to first to get him. Join the Indians Velosano team. First 50 to sign up get a free registration and an Indians bike jersey. Now this is not just a race for the hardcore ultimate cyclists.
Not at all.
You can be an amateur. You can be a guy that just wants to pedal around for a couple of miles. The proceeds benefit cancer research. Visit velosano.org and register today.
Whatever your little heart desires, you can.
Sandy Alomar,
Well,
of course.
he'll be a horse.
Yeah, he'll
He's
be
a
out
pro.
there. He'll be wearing the yellow jersey.
Yeah, he's a pro. But you don't have to be to do it. Look
Whoa.
out. That's one that got away.
Dustin Mulliken came on in the 3rd inning when Daniel Norris had to leave the game for Detroit. We don't know what happened to him, but something forced him in the middle of that third inning. Well, actually, it was only one batter. He walked Rajay Davis, and he was out. Something, the trainer came out. There was something wrong with him.
We haven't heard yet. That was the pitch he was trying to throw the last one that slipped out of his hand.
Al Avila is the Tigers general manager. He was sitting in the booth next to us. He's not there right now. I imagine he went down to the Tigers clubhouse to check on Norris.
Well, yeah, because if you check it, he may not be good enough to play. They may have to make another move here by tomorrow.
The 2-2 and a rebate with a ground ball to Cabrera. And he'll flip it to Mulliken for out number 2. It's going to bring up Abraham Almonte. Of course, we started hearing rumblings about Michael Brantley feeling a little bit better when we were on the road trip. There's number 23. Let's go down to Andre with more.
Well, the news is very good right now on what's going on with Michael Brantley. Today was a light day for him, but tomorrow, as Terry Francona told us earlier, he'll go through a normal day. Meaning he's going to go through BP with the team. He's going to go through all the practices as they do before the game and go through everything that. One of the quotes from Francona was that he's genuinely excited about where he's at. I can tell you from talking to him down here, it's the most that we've seen Michael smile. I think he finally feels good at where his shoulder is at. Now you just got to go through the process of getting him healthy and getting his at-bats up so he can try to help this team.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Abraham Almonte swings and fouls it back. It's got to be just killing him that he's not part of this right now. The way the team's playing, everything's coming together.
Sure. You know, but the thing that we have to realize that he has missed basically all 4 months of this season for the most part, or at least the first 3 going into it. And you'd love to have him back. But it takes a while when you've missed as much time as Michael has to this point.
Almonte takes it up high. Was going to bunt and he pulled it back. That was called a strike, though it didn't look like it was. Well, sometimes when you're squaring around, you might screen the umpire just enough. He doesn't get a good look at it. I don't know.
Good pitch.
And now Mulliken thought he had a strike.
Well, I'll tell you, that was a good pitch right there. So maybe they're even. Go inside, and if it misses, it doesn't miss by much. It's got a little comeback to it. It's close. At 95, pretty good pitch.
That's strike 3.
That one was.
The inning is over. The Indians go in order. They lead it 2-0. For the best deals on furniture and mattresses, shop Levin's. Two nothing, and the Indians lead it as we go now to the 5th inning. Hits are even at 4 apiece. This game was delayed 2 hours and 21 minutes by rain getting started. So yeah, it's understandable if a few folks are yawning in the seats. And a long night at the yard just waiting for this baby to get started. Danny Salazar gave up back-to-back singles to start the 4th and then struck out 3 in a row.
Yeah, he got nasty. 5 strikeouts on the night. No walks again. Coming off a start in Atlanta where he didn't walk a batter.
Steven Moya grounded out to first base. His only time up in the 2nd. He's had a couple of close calls. He was 3-0. He was 3-1. A couple of different hitters, but he's been able to avoid the free pass so far. And a strike over the outside edge. 2-1. Deep down the left field line, and it slices foul. Last year, Moya spent most of the season at AAA Toledo. Didn't do all that well in terms of batting average, but he had 30 doubles, 20 homers in 126 games. Trying to go the other way again.
Same spot. You get that fastball up there, and if you hit it that way, it's going to slice foul.
Deep right field. Almonte's back to the wall, and it's gone. And the Tigers are on the board with the 5th home run of the year by Steven Moya. And it's a 2-1 ball game.
As big as he is and strong as he can be, he gets his 5th home run. Only has 9 RBIs, but you could tell that big man, he elevated. He got some lift underneath it. He has Detroit on the board. There's the changeup. He had a couple of good swings on his changeup back in Detroit 2 starts ago. This one he did not miss.
So the Indians lead cut in half.
Only the 7th home run that Danny has given up.
James McCann had a base hit to right field his first time up on a fastball. Takes that pitch up high.
6 of the 7 home runs that Danny has allowed have been solo shots.
And a fastball at the knees for a strike to even the count. He waves at the off-speed pitch, and it's 1-2. He's had his number. 7 out of 13.
Wow, that's pretty good. Yes, he has.
Oh, he was no match for him, though, this time. That's 6 strikeouts for Salazar.
Comes back with a good changeup, and you can see that McCann really had a good at-bat, hit the fastball away the first time up, but then that changeup at 86, he pulls off and out in front. And that home run might have woken Danny up and said, okay, because that was the 3rd straight inning that Detroit has had their leadoff man reach.
Fouled right back.
Iglesias had a good at-bat his first time up. McCann was on first with nobody out on a full count. Hit a line drive right. Oh, look at that.
It stays fair, I think.
Nope.
No, just at the last minute it went foul.
You know, it was awfully close. It's a home plate umpire's call because it didn't reach first base. That was fair until Napoli came up, and I think it caught the edge of the grass and rolled foul. I mean, he tried to get out of the way. He didn't want to hit that ball, and he didn't even realize where the ball was. Look at it, hit the edge of the grass, and that's where it kicked foul. Boy, and Napoli tried so hard. That's an inch away from being a fair ball and an easy out. He tried to get there.
Now the 2-strike pitch, way outside. So they're telling us that Daniel Norris, the Tigers starting pitcher, left the game with a right oblique strain, and they're going to do an MRI tomorrow.
That had to be for reaching for that ball that went by him.
Left field, and Ramirez runs it down, 2 away.
Well, bring the kids to the ballpark on Sunday for KeyBank Kids Fun Day. 5,000 fans and 12 and under will receive a AWB Mason toy. It's a truck. Plus, young fans also can run the bases after the game. So go to Indians.com and get your tickets.
Should be good crowds this weekend for that Yankees series.
Yeah, you would think so.
I'd encourage you, if you haven't made plans to come down for the weekend, do it soon.
Well, I know Friday and Saturday are getting close to being sold out, and Sunday they've got a good run on it.
Swung out and missed. Kinsler couldn't hold up, and it's 0-2. Just missed at 96 miles an hour. Salazar wanted that one, didn't get it.
Well, Kinsler has seen 9 pitches. 8 of them have been strikes from Salazar tonight.
He just got a piece of that changeup. Stay alive. Danny struck out Kinsler to start the night. He has fanned 6. The only run for Detroit coming in this inning on a solo homer by Steven Moya. Hit hard, and Uribe with a fine diving stop toward the line, and the inning is over. Moya gets the Tigers on the board. Uribe gets the Indians back up to bat. If you missed anything, here's our in-game recap brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Carlos Santana with an RBI single in the second, plating Mike Napoli with the game's first run. They made it 2-0 in the third on a sacrifice fly by Francisco Lindor that plated Rajai Davis. And Stephen Moya with a solo homer in the fifth, getting the Tigers their only run thus far. The only problem so far in this game is that when the Indians scored their first run in the second inning, they had 3 straight hits to open the frame and had runners at second and third, nobody out, and did not score again. Then in the third, they had second and third and nobody out, and only got 1 run.
Well, that's the thing that they did in the first 9 games. They've been able to get those guys home, you know, and give big numbers or crooked numbers on the board.
Yeah.
So, you know, Detroit did a nice job of keeping them stranded. That's why it's a 1-run ball game.
Rajai checks on a ball that's high. He did not go. Ball 1. Dustin Mollican came on in the third inning. He's given up just 1 hit. He's walked 1. He struck out 2. Trying to give the Tigers a little length after Daniel Norris, the starter, left after 2 innings. Pulls it to third, but foul. Low and away. 2 balls and a strike. And he lines one into right center field for a base hit.
Nice. Got his hands back on the breaking ball nicely and drives it the other way.
So the Indians have their leadoff man aboard for the 3rd time in 5 innings.
There's a breaking ball, well located. He left that ball middle of the plate and enabled Rajai to take it the other way. Made it a little easier for him when it elevated, but he gets his first hit, gets the 5th hit for the Tribe. And like you say, when you get this guy on board, that's the one you want on that is quick. Can make things happen whether he steals or not.
Now Jason Kipnis has swung the bat well. He flied to deep right in the first and then doubled to right in the third. Of course, first time up was against the lefty. Second time up was off Mollican. And Davis had a good jump, but he put the brakes on. He didn't like something about those first couple of steps.
But you can see how disruptive he is out there. You know, whether you steal a base or not, he knows his job is to make that pitcher feel uncomfortable. And there goes the catcher, McCann, who wants to talk to him. You know, if he can take a little something away from that guy's concentration.
Yeah, you can
to
see
the hitter.
He just didn't like his
yeah,
jump.
and I don't blame him. He didn't feel like it was there.
But then he's going back to the bag thinking, oh, if I'd have run the ball was in the dirt, I'd probably get there easy.
And he'll say, okay, I'll get him. You know, I'm sure that the field's okay. It's not wet, even though we had some rain earlier in the day.
Kipnis swings and fouls it deep down the left side, out of play. Again, Rajai had taken a good hard step or 2 towards second base, but he immediately stopped.
Well, the thing there, too, if he stays at first base, Kip has the hole between first and second if he should get a breaking ball that he could find. You know, he ended up pulling the double down the line in this last at bat.
And that may be simply all he's doing over there is just trying to make that pitcher think about him.
Yep.
By taking those bluff steps towards second.
If Rajai can get the jump, he'll run. He knows better. If he doesn't, he's making them think he is.
Andre.
You know, Rajay has always said that he feels like when he's on first base, if he's really doing his job, if he takes the pitcher off of the hitter.
Right.
He says, you know how many times a fastball gets left over the middle of the plate because he goes, they're so worried about what's going on with me. Now, I don't know if you guys have noticed, he slipped a couple times over there, and the dirt is a little damp.
Is it?
So we'll have to see it. So we'll have to see if he can go. But he likes what he's doing right now by distracting the pitcher. He says, because as soon as I do that, I know there's a better pitch is coming to my guy.
Yeah, disruptive. That's what speed can do. Put pressure on the defense and make that pitcher rush a little bit to get his catcher the baseball a little quicker. Pay attention to him at first base. Just take him away from the job at hand, which is concentrating on getting the hitter out.
He's got a big lead, and he's going. And Kipnis fouls her off.
Well, that's a pitch, the breaking ball he was probably trying to hit in the hole. But he did take off. He had a wonderful jump. I think he could have stolen that base, but Kipnis liked the breaking ball. I think he was trying to find the hole. He's going. That's a straight steal, man. He put his head down and little cat and mouse. Former teammates say, "I got you." He said, "No, you wouldn't have."
At 35, he doesn't want to have to do any false starts down there. Now Kipnis doesn't have the luxury. He's going to have to fight to stay alive here. Just a bit outside. And it's 2-2.
Well, that was a pitch for your catcher if Rajay wanted to run there. You know, an easy pitch for him to throw a fastball away. But you know, the game slows down. We talk about the pitcher having to pay attention. It's the coaches over there and the manager that's calling the throw to first base and the things like that. They do all the calling.
Low and away. Full count.
He'll be off now. 3-2. He'll be off and running. You figure Kipnis is going to put the ball in play off the right hand. So we should have some action on this play.
There goes the runner. And Kipnis whoops it into left field. A base hit. Davis hits second. He'll make it to third.
That was a thing of beauty.
Oh, my, was it ever.
I mean, Kipnis hit it off the end of the bat. And trust me, he was not trying to do that. But it ended up going off the end of the bat and hit a little squibber in the air. And Davis was off and running. You can see how out in front he was. McCann up trying to make the throw. But done to perfection, and Davis doesn't lose a stride. He goes cruising into third base, and the inning is set up again. These two did it back in the third inning. They come right back, and they do it in the fifth.
Now it'll bring up Francisco Lindor, who drove a ball to center field to get that run home from third in the third inning. Justin Wilson, a left-hander, is getting loose in the Tigers bullpen. I beg your pardon, he's a right-hander. Why does it say lefty here?
They got a lefty and already, I think.
Oh, it's Alex Wilson. Well, that would have helped to know. Here comes Brad Ausmus. Is he already ready to make the move?
Well, he might be. That's why they're trying to kill a little time, waiting for him to make those last pitches. So he wants to come in and get the young pitcher out of there. You know, the Indians with runners in scoring position, third base, less than 2 outs. They're 0 for 3 tonight with 3 strikeouts.
So Dustin Mollican went 2 innings plus 2 batters. And he will exit with 2 men on base here in the 5th inning. Timeout, Cleveland up 2-1.
I'm Taylor Wing in Mansfield, Ohio, and I'd like to give a shout out to my friends and family in the Mansfield area. Let's go Indians.
2-1. The Tribe leads it here, bottom of the fifth. They've got 2 on, nobody out. We'll say about the new pitcher in a moment, but first, in recognition of this July 4th holiday, Fox Sports Supports is proud to team up with The Mission Continues, empowering veterans who are adjusting to life at home and finding purpose through community impact. Visit foxsportsupports.com to learn more. And the new pitcher is right-hander Alex Wilson. He'll be facing Francisco Lindor.
They're looking for that first out of the inning, and he has retired the first batter he's faced in 22 of his 30 outings. The Indians trying to do a little damage and answer the run that the Tigers put on in the top half of the inning, and that's something that they have been able to do all year.
Upstairs, ball 1. Takes it's inside, 2-0. Good patient at bat so far for Lindor. With Mike Napoli waiting on deck. This could be a key moment in this game as the Indians try to open it up. Lindor with a line drive toward left center field. Maben makes the catch. Tagging and coming home is Rajay Davis. 3-1 Cleveland. They get the run right back, and for the second time tonight, Lindor gets the man home from third.
Yeah, he sure does, and he did it beautifully. He was patient, got the count in his favor, got a pitch to his liking, and both sacrifice flies coming to left center field. But they get that run home.
And now Mike Napoli. He doubled and scored in the second inning, his first time up, but then struck out with a runner at third and 1 out in inning number 3. Low and away, ball 1. Eleven of Napoli's 16 home runs have come at home.
And here's Wilson falling behind Napoli as well, 2-0. So the first 2 hitters he faces, he has fallen behind.
The 11 home runs here at Progressive Field, that's tied for 4th in the AL in home runs in your own ballpark.
And we played the fewest home games of anybody, so he's got a long way to go. When
we
left, he was tied for first, with the rest of the league, but we've been on the road for 10 days. There
Inside,
you go.
3-0.
When we get back off this, after the break in this next 10-day road trip, Indians will have a little home cooking for a while that they can sit back and maybe feast on.
Yeah, the month of August.
Especially the way they played in this ballpark this year, 11 straight home wins.
Off the end of the bat foul.
He had the green light. Picked on, I think, a little slider off the end of the bat. But you notice they're not throwing a cookie in there, 3-0.
If I'm a pitcher and it's a veteran middle of the order guy, I know he's got the green light.
Yeah,
so,
well, I mean, yeah, you get guys in any part of the lineup that get the green light
that's
now,
true.
figuring you're going to get a, you know, it's not just like your superstars. It used to be that way, no longer. You got to assume every hitter's got the green light.
Ball 4. And the Indians have 2 on with 1 out. And Carlos Santana coming up. Santana walked his last time to the plate in the 3rd.
Well, the 3rd walk tonight for the Indians, and it was a good patient at bat here by Napoli. That was not a bad pitch, just a little bit off the outside edge, and he'll take first base and you push another runner into scoring position. So they've certainly had opportunities tonight to put some crooked numbers on the board, but Detroit has been able to keep them with the fence posts. 3 times in the first 5 innings they've been able to put 1 on the board.
Santana drove in a run with a base hit in the 2nd, walked in the 3rd. Santana with 18 home runs leads the club 11th in the American League coming into today, and 8 home runs in his last 20 games. So as the weather has heated up, so has Santana. On a muggy, rainy night on this 4th of July, Indians and Tigers waited 2 hours and 21 minutes to get this game started. And the crowd, they hung around as well. Down low, 2-0.
Boy, 3rd straight guy. 2-0 count. That's a tough way to pitch.
Well, I think too, I know the hitter's in the driver's seat, but it makes it tough on the hitter too, because you just don't, it's hard to be aggressive. You
don't want to be aggressive. You got to make him come to you. I mean, he's the one that has to throw strikes. He's the one in hot water. He'd walk the guy into scoring position. It's his job to throw strikes. As a hitter, you can be a little more patient and say, come on, come to Papa.
Down and in, 3-0. And Jose Ramirez waiting on deck.
Yeah, he's thrown 11 pitches. 9 have been balls. So there's no reason for the Indians to get aggressive. They can just sit back and just wait him out. Can't defense the walk.
Kipnis at second, Napoli at first. And a 3-0 pitch is a called strike on the outside part of the plate. Foul right back, full count. I think that one might have nailed the umpire. So Santana will reset with a 3-2 count. Tied for 5th in the American League coming in to tonight's action with 45 walks. He's added to that. Sometimes with those ducks on the pond, he will be a little more aggressive. And the payoff pitch is low, ball 4, and the bases are loaded on back-to-back walks by Alex Wilson.
Well, the patience paid off now. Now they're sitting in a great position. Doobie, the pitching coach, is going to come out and talk to his pitcher, but he's fallen behind everybody's face, and that's not what Brad Ausmus had in mind when he brought him into the ball game. He got the younger pitcher out of there, you know, who would set it up. And boy, they're setting it up for the Indians to have a big inning.
Well, Jose Ramirez, he doubled in the second inning, but he popped up with 2 on and 2 out to end the third.
Mike Everett trying to get this thing going. Say, okay, boys, 30 seconds up.
Clock is expired.
Yes, it is. You're out of timeouts.
Dustin Mulliken anxiously awaiting to see if Wilson can get out of this jam. 1 run has scored in the inning. That run charged to Mulliken. Kipnis is also his responsibility. Napoli and Santana belong to Wilson. And now Jose Ramirez. High pop foul. And this might get out of play.
You know, isn't that funny? We were talking about how patient everybody is, and Ramirez has been with runners in scoring position. But after that pitching coach left, he was getting after that first pitch, even though he has fallen behind every hitter he's faced to this point. He had a pretty good swing after it, figuring, hey,
well,
he told him he better get get ahead of me. Good pitch there.
Boy, he just grazed the outside corner, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit easier when you get ahead of him. Well, now Ramirez has got his work cut out for him.
I think Wilson got himself a break too after the second look.
I mean, that's what happens. You throw, you're around the plate.
They're ready to erupt here with the bases loaded and 1 out. But Ramirez down on the count, 0-2. Strike 3 called, and Ramirez can't believe it. And the Indians have had a tough time in these situational hitting
They have today. 0 for 4 now with runners in scoring position and forcing.
And again, that may not be a strike, but it's being called a strike. And Ramirez probably thinking to himself, I swung at 1 strike. I'm not sure the other 2 were, but they were called, and now it's up to Yan Gomes. Swing and a miss. Gomes down on strikes, his second in the second inning with 2 on. In scoring position, then he bounced out to third to lead off the 4th inning.
Well, it's been the only one that's been able to do anything with runners on third base has been Lindor with the 2 sacrifice flies.
Out of play. 0-2.
But you know, I will say it again. If Detroit can get out of this, they have to feel good about themselves.
Absolutely, they do.
When you cannot, you know, they've been able to put crooked numbers on the board against them all year long, and tonight, it's changed. They've been able to score their 1, but they haven't been able to take advantage of situations that they normally have.
The 0-2, just a bit high. In tight, and it's 2-2. Yan Gomes, despite the struggles he's had this year, and despite the fact that he did strike out with runners at second and third in the second inning, he came in with a .288 mark on the year with runners in scoring position.
Yep, so far tonight, Indians 1 for 7, 4 strikeouts with runners in scoring position. Could get the crowd into it with a base hit.
Instead, he strikes out, and the inning is over. The Indians leave him loaded. They do get the run back. 3-1 drive through 5 in Cleveland. 6th inning here at Progressive Field. Let's go down to Andre now.
You know, something that Danny Salazar has truly been working on is trying to pitch with an attitude. Come out mean, come out mad. You know, we've talked over the past that sometimes it's taking giving up a home run or giving up a couple walks and to change his attitude a little bit. And, you know, the one thing he's been talking about over the last couple of weeks is coming out and being mad, being fiery for no reason. And that doesn't come natural for him, but it's something he knows he has to work on. He always says, you know, I'm just going to work as hard as I can. And I said to him, well, what exactly does that mean? He goes, I got to work like somebody's trying to take something from me, because sometimes in life things have come easy for me, and I think that's why I've been the way that I've been when it comes to pitching a baseball.
You know, and he only has to learn that once every 5 days. You know, with that attitude, Andre, I mean, for that day, wake up and just be as ornery as you can be. Come to the ballpark and don't like anybody.
Well, that's easy for people like you.
Yeah, but I was an everyday player. I'm not once every 5 days. I had to do it every day.
But it is an attitude he's trying to learn, and he admits it. That's something he needs.
Danny always tries to learn. He tries to get better no matter what he does, and I'll tell you what, he is getting better and better.
But Andre, too, you know, everybody's a little bit different. I mean, I remember starting pitchers who, on the day they pitched, they were meaner than a rattlesnake. You wouldn't go within 5 feet of them.
Right.
Then there was a guy like Oral Hershiser, Kevin Millwood. He'd be out around the batting cage talking to everybody. So it's just everybody's a little different.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Nice job by Salazar to retire Cameron Maben for out number 1 here in the 6th. The other thing, Andre, I noticed about Salazar, it doesn't happen all the time. But every once in a while, you'll notice maybe he's just doesn't like the way he'll be talking to himself, reminding him of things when he's out there on the mound.
No, he does do that, and he goes through that a lot. But you talk about the different attitude before a game. Danny's the type of guy that comes in with flip-flops on, laughing and talking. You know, comes up and talks to me. And I've said to him that he does card tricks with different people. He just has to find the way to turn it on at 7:05 or 7:10.
Yeah, he'll do that. Yeah, he wants to succeed. There's no doubt. He wants to be the best, and he will be.
You know, the other thing about Danny, that you love he really loves playing the game. And after the game in Atlanta, he was in the clubhouse, and Andre and I were down there talking to him. He was more excited about when he was running the bases, and he's like, I was going to score. If they would have waved me, I was ready to score on that ball that got hit to the gap.
Well, that's good, running the bases, because we know he can't hit.
2-0 hit to left. Back is Ramirez, and makes the catch right in front of the wall for out number 2.
Miguel Cabrera's going to say something. Salazar's going to have something to say right back. Look at him.
Well, you think about, Rick, how much Danny's matured as a pitcher since, remember that first meeting here when he struck him out, overpowered him?
First 3 times.
And then the last time up, Miguel Cabrera
yeah, but you know,
him.
that's all part of the learning process for a young pitcher. Look at him. See, I mean, he can't help it. He enjoys playing this game. But he's a guy, he's been blessed with an arm that he can throw 95, and, you know, you can't teach that. I mean, he's just blessed. And maybe that's one reason why things have come easy for him, is because, you know, he can go down there. There it is. Almost.
Danny might be acknowledging, I might have gotten away with one there.
Well, no, he can't do that. Just say, you almost got me. And then next time, get in deeper. Yeah, he's fun to watch. He's tough to square the baseball up with. He doesn't like to give up many hits. Wow, there's one.
That was a rocket. Victor Martinez with his first hit tonight, but only the 5th for the Tigers, and we're in the 6th inning.
That one right on the nose. That might have been one of the hardest balls hit tonight. Line drive.
6th hit. I say 6th hit for Detroit. And we're in the 6th inning. And Nick Castellanos, who had the Tigers' first hit tonight, steps to the plate. And he doubled to left on an 0-2 pitch back in the 2nd inning. Swung out and missed to the fastball away. And the thing, I guess, too, with Salazar, Rick, you look at the radar readings, but he just seems to effortlessly come out of his hand. It doesn't look like he's
not
trying
maximum,
to throw that
No, he's
hard.
not maximum effort like you see some guys that get it up there. Uh-oh.
Breaking ball hit deep to left, and that is not coming back, and the Tigers have just tied the game.
Yes, they have.
A 2-out, 2-run homer by Nick Castellanos on an off-speed pitch, his 15th home run of the year.
Well, he struck him out on a changeup in his last at-bat. But he came back in this at-bat and got him, and ties the ball game up with 2 outs, a single, then a homer. Castellanos, his 15th.
And that's all it takes to have those missed opportunities come back and just sort of smack you in the face.
I'll tell you, the guy can hit right-handed pitching. He kills it. You make a mistake with the breaking ball, and it's exactly what he did. And he put a good swing on it. So we have a new ball game.
And 2 down now for Justin Upton.
Castellanos
he went right at him with a fastball.
Came into this game hitting .327 against right-handed pitching, and he has 2 for 3 off one of the toughest right-handers in the league.
Low and away, evens the count.
And for Salazar, the first time this year he's given up 2 homers in a game.
Yeah, he'd only given up 6.
That's right. He's given up 8 now.
Missed outside, 2-1. Three balls and a strike with 2 down in the inning. Stephen Moya due next.
Danny, you know, the last time he started in Detroit, man, he gave up 3 runs in 5 2/3 innings, and that's where he was at here when that home run was hit. He only gave up 4 hits in that start.
And he walks him. 3 straight have reached. All after there were 2 outs in the inning.
See if Mickey comes out and has anything to say to him.
Now batting for Detroit, the right fielder, Stephen Moya.
Just to give him a little breather, a little pat on the back and say, let's go finish this thing off here. And this all happened. He had 2 outs with a few pitches. He got Maben to center field. He got Cabrera to the wall in left, or to the warning track, I should say. And then Martinez hit a good line drive to right field, and then a bomb by Castellanos. And you're going to watch the pitch changeup. He got him last at bat, but the pitch was down. That pitch was up. Didn't have the movement going down, and hit it out of the ballpark.
Same pitch that Moya hit out of the ballpark back in the 5th inning.
Yes, it was.
It has been a baffling pitch most of the year for Danny Salazar. But tonight.
Well, you can see what home runs do. It brings you right back into the game. The Indians have been base runners all night long and have left 7 stranded. A couple of swings of the bat bring you right back into it.
Moya fouls it out of play. Well, and as we've noted before, hitting with runners in scoring position, it does tend to come and go. You don't stay hot all year long.
Oh, that's true. Ups and downs, ebbs and flows.
Missed outside, 1-1. More importantly, we're 16 minutes shy of midnight, and we're only in the top of the 6th inning. Threw it by him. Good fastball.
Go. Yeah, stay right there. Don't give him a chance. There's Manship getting loose.
Now the 1-2 to Moya. Upstairs. Well, the last time Salazar faced the Tigers, he went 5 2/3 and gave up 3 runs. This time he's gone 5 2/3 and he's given up 3 runs. He's trying to get the 3rd out to get him through 6. And that's going to get through, and the inning stays alive. And that might be it for Salazar. We'll wait and see.
Everything coming with 2 outs.
See if Tito wants to give him one more hitter.
Now hitting for Detroit, number 34, James McCann.
Nope. Here he comes, so that's going to be it. Danny Salazar, for the 2nd straight start, goes 5 2/3 innings against Detroit. And he gives up 3 runs, though he'll leave responsible for the 2 men on base. And it's a 3-3 game in the 6th. Park in San Diego. The All-Star game on Fox. 2 on, 2 out here in the 6th. James McCann will be the batter. Jeff Manship coming on now for Cleveland. Try to get out of some hot water. Manship making his 27th appearance on the year. No wins, a loss, an ERA of 2.35, but in 23 innings he's walked 11, struck out 15. He's given up 19 hits. And right now, the Indians are sitting in a tie ball game, but that go-ahead run for Detroit is in scoring position. Justin Upton, the go-ahead running for Detroit at second base.
Detroit 0 for 5. Runners in scoring position.
Steven Moya down at first base looks like he could take 3 steps and be at second.
Well, who cares? You can get the ground out, go to first, get a pop up. You just need this out to keep it a tie game.
And
Nice
there
slider.
for a strike, 0-2. Nick Castellanos with a 2-out, 2-run homer here in the 6th to tie the game. In the dirt, it's 2-2. He had him down 0-2, but those last two pitches weren't close enough to entice him.
No, everything has been a slider so far to this point.
Got him looking. Well done by Jeff Manship. He strikes out McCann, and the Tigers leave 2, but they tie the game with a 2-out, 2-run Tater. 3-3, middle of the 6th. Here at Progressive Field, we're going to the bottom of the 6th inning. And Juan Uribe to lead it off, then Abraham Almonte and Rajay Davis. Indians scored first. They had chances to really break the game open, but they've left a lot out there tonight. Now it's a 3-3 game. And a line shot that I think Wilson got a piece of.
Boy, it sounded like it, didn't it? It sure did sound like it.
One away. He does get credit for an assist.
Okay.
It just might have ticked the webbing.
Yeah, he threw it out there, and they might have slowed it down. Uribe went out there and jumped on that first slider that was up top, but they get him out. The Indians were able to come back and answer their 5th inning run with 1. And now it's up to Wilson for the Tigers to try and shut them down and get that team right back into the dugout.
Abraham Almonte rolls over on one, and we got 2 quick outs. And up comes Rajay Davis. Last 2 trips to the plate, he walked and scored and singled and scored. But in each of those instances, he was leading off the inning. Funny how you talk about a leadoff hitter in baseball and say, well, you only lead off once a game. Well, tonight, Rajay's led off 3 times. Right field, back goes Moya. Indians go, what was that, 4 pitches, 5 pitches? And 3 pitches. 3 pitches, 3 outs. Top of the order for Detroit. It's a battle of bullpens the rest of the way. As Jeff Manship got the final out in a critical spot with 2 on and 2 out in the 6th inning. Now he's got Jose Iglesias in the 7th. First pitch strike. Iglesias 0 for 2 has grounded out, flied out. Right field. Almonte makes the catch, 1 away. The Indians did add some reinforcements to their bullpen this afternoon. If you joined us late or missed out on some of the rain delay action earlier, both Jabba Chamberlain and Tom Gorzolani were designated for assignment. And the Indians added Mike Clevenger, right-hander, and TJ House, a lefty. Both guys can give the Indians some length. And if you hadn't heard, TJ House, who was a starter for the Indians in the big leagues just a year ago, he's been moved to the bullpen. And he's picked up some velocity, and he's done a nice job out of the pen at AAA. And Clevenger has been a starter, and he'll go back to being a starter when he goes back to Columbus. But in the short term, and the Indians think maybe later down the road, he could be a guy that helps them out of the bullpen this season.
Once he gets to, to know himself and believe he can pitch in the big leagues, I think the thing for him coming out of the bullpen, Matt, is he's going to have to be more aggressive and throw strikes.
But as far as tonight's game is concerned, being that this is a tight game, you're getting into the later innings, we're not going to see either of those guys, I wouldn't think, tonight, unless you get into an extra inning situation and then it's all hands on deck. But tonight you got Manship, you're going to see Shaw, and hopefully we'll see Cody Allen.
Well, I like that. 2 quick outs.
Almonte has recorded both of them in right field, and it will bring up Cameron Maybin.
Now stepping to the plate for the Tigers, the center fielder, Cameron Maybin.
Cameron Maybin is 1 for 3, struck out in the first. He singled in the 4th, but the Tigers were unable to take advantage of that leadoff hit, and he flied out to lead off the 6th inning. Manship in with a strike. Jeff Manship this year has 5 holds total on the season. There's a ground ball to short.
Good.
Lindor scoops it, throws him out, and the Tigers go 1-2-3 here in the 7th inning as we have ourselves a 3-3 ball game. It is time now to pause for the playing of God Bless America on this 4th of July.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the 7th inning stretch, we celebrate Independence Day and continue to remember and salute those who are overseas defending our freedoms and liberties. Now, please welcome the Roberto Ocasio Latin Jazz Camp under the direction of Bobby Sanabria for their performance of God Bless America. And now, Tribe fans, stay on your feet And join us in singing the 108-year-old American classic, Take Me Out.
$15 for kids 12 and under with the purchase of an adult ticket located in the family deck here at Progressive Field. By the Kids Clubhouse, you can get your tickets. They are available at Indians.com.
(3-3) as we go to the home half of the 7th inning. And the Tigers go back to their bullpen, Bruce Rondon.
This guy with a powerful arm can get it up there in the mid to higher 90s. Oh, that ball went off. Yes, it went off the glove of McCann and got him right in the arm.
How did McCann miss that? I
don't know. That ball took off on him and he just went up there, and boy, that got nothing but skin. He's going to take a long walk out there, and nobody feels worse than Brian McCann back there.
And right now, Mike Everett is telling Bruce Rondon, why don't you get another catcher?
No, look at that, right off the forearm, the right forearm. JD's coming out to check and make sure he's all right and give him a little break right there. Ouch. I mean, right off the end of the glove. And you can see how that arm is exposed.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he'll have a bruise there tomorrow, no doubt. Well, I see him smiling about it, so he's got to be a good sport.
Just don't let it happen again. Kipnis is 2 for 3 with a single and a double. And the out he made was a fly ball to deep right field. Called a strike. Kipnis didn't think so. It's 2-1.
Well, you know, as a hitter, these guys are going to try and focus and make him bring that fastball down because he's throwing it as hard as Salazar was, 96. There's the breaking ball at 86, and it had nice bite to it. It was down in the zone. It was a very good pitch.
That's way outside in a full count. And a foul back. The 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Here's a guy that for Detroit, he has had some issues. They sent him home last year in the month of September. Had some problems in winter ball.
I think a lot of it's just
self-induced.
Good old-fashioned maturity.
Yeah,
you know?
that's right. He's only, what, 25?
Boy, he got him with a good pitch that just broke straight down out of the strike zone.
I tell you, both those breaking balls very good.
Our Yellowwood bringing the lumber tonight. Francisco Lindor, he's been able to get the job done with runners at third base twice tonight. Getting the ball to center field, a pair of sacrifice flies. But therein lies the problem tonight for the Indians. They haven't been able to break open an inning. As you said, fence post, just single runs in the second, third, and fifth. But in each one of those instances, they had a chance for a lot more.
Sure. Well, you know, the way they were going on it, they were on such a roll. You make it look easy with runners in scoring position. And we always said it's not that easy because you go through streaks. And sometimes it gets very difficult. But when you can put the crooked numbers on the board and add on, that can take a team out of its rhythm, their momentum. But they weren't able to do it tonight, and they let Detroit hang around, and they had a couple of swings of the bat. And that's why we're tied at 3. But they're playing in a place that they like very much, so it's late in the ball game, and this has been their part of the game when they've been at home.
Now the 3-0 pitch. You know, Tom Bochenek points out, Rick, that in their last 6 games, the Indians are 6 for 46 with runners in scoring position. They're 1 for 8 tonight. That's about the same. I mean, 6 for 46 is only about a $1.30 average.
Yeah, right.
So they're not doing much worse tonight than they really have done over their last 6 games. It just doesn't seem like they've left this many opportunities out there.
Well, they haven't in their 11-game home win streak. From the 7th inning on, the Indians have outscored their opponents 23-5. And of course, you know, the wins at the walk-off, they've had 5 of them in that streak. So they're looking for a little magic here tonight.
Mike Napoli fouled one right back. Napoli doubled to left center in the 2nd inning and scored, struck out with a runner at third base and 1 out in the 3rd inning, and then he walked with a man aboard and 1 out in the 5th. Trying to do some damage here in the 7th. High drive, deep left, Upton looking up, going to Souvenir City, halfway up the bleachers in left field.
Well, I told you he needs a few more at-bats at home. There's his 12th home run at home this year, 17th on the season. And boy, he got a pitch to his liking and drilled it. 0-1 heater. And he was pumped, and he knew it, and there's the big shot they were looking for. Napoli in the 7th.
It's the big shot this crowd has been waiting for.
Boy, oh boy, they needed a shot. They needed a little jolt. And if that doesn't give it to you, I don't know what will.
(5-3) Cleveland. And now Carlos Santana. You know, Rick, I was thinking to myself, when Napoli fouled that fastball back, he's probably saying to himself, oh, you know, that's the one pitch that you get in it at bat you can do some damage with. Maybe wouldn't see another one from Rondon. But he didn't miss the second one.
He did not. That was crunched. Just check the swing, and there's a heater right there. It was down enough A lot of times teams, they'll elevate it, and he has great swings and he fouls it off like he did his first one. He got that ball down a little bit more and he didn't miss it. That was right in the barrel head.
Redbird says the last 6 homers that Napoli has hit have all come against Central Division foes.
Oh boy, that is so nice. That's his 12th homer and give him 38 ribbies at home. And now this is only our 36th game at home.
Santana pops it up center field, and Maben makes the catch. 2 down. Well, and here again, Rick, I know it's only the 7th, but the Indians in the Central Division this year have averaged 5 runs a game. That home run gets into that 5-run mark. And this is a team that when they get to 5 runs are tough to beat because of the pitching. They score 4 or more, they're 42-8. They get to 5 runs, they're 35-5. Yeah, big Mike Napoli connecting in crunch time.
Now I know why those shirts are so big in Cleveland. Party at Naps. He likes sitting in this ballpark.
There's a base hit in the left field for Jose Ramirez. He's 2 for 4 tonight.
Just guided that ball. Pitch away that he stayed on nicely. He did that in his first at bat on the double to right field. So there it is. You can see Castellanos off the bag at third base, but hits it hard enough, gets it by him to his left. That's 8 hits now for the Indians.
Here comes the pitching coach, Rich Doobie, as Yan Gomes comes to the plate. Action in both bullpens right now. Mark Lowe is up for Detroit. And Brian Shaw has been up in the Indians bullpen. He'll be coming on to pitch the 8th.
Yeah, he was up when we were going into hit. He was coming in, I think, regardless if they scored or they didn't.
(5-3) Indians up. Hits even at 8 apiece. Indians have left 7. Tigers have stranded 5. Gomes 0 for 3 tonight. Oh man, that took off. It's an off-speed pitch, but it.
Well, it didn't break. It just started over his head and it stayed right there. Slipped out. We've seen that earlier in the game. You can see the spin on it, the breaking ball, and he just slipped out of his hand. Tell you what, he threw a couple of dandies to Kipnis the first at bat.
Sure
got the
did.
strikeout when he threw that slider.
Balls look like they rolled off the end of a table.
Yeah,
there goes Ramirez, and the throw is right on the money, and they got him.
Well, they'll take another look at that to see if he was tagged, I'm sure. But I thought he had a pretty good jump, so McCann must have made a great throw.
He did have a good jump, but McCann did make a great throw.
I mean, it was right on the money. So they're going to see, and Tito's waiting for Barney to see what he has to say, but it was close. I'm not sure where the tag was. It was around the waist. There's the good jump. Let's see. There's the ball. There's the tag. I think he got him. I think he got him.
by authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. Eighth inning, and it's a 5-3 Cleveland lead. That young girl, she's had a fight to stay to see the fireworks.
That's too bad, but
it is after midnight. It's the 5th of July, baby.
Yeah, no kidding. She's hanging in there, man.
Brian Shaw on for the 38th time this year, and he's got the meat of the order. And how many times do we see this, Arch, where sometimes the save comes in the 8th inning based on who you're facing? Ronnie Chisenhall takes over for Abraham Almonte in right field. Almonte moves to center, and Rajay Davis goes to left.
Well, the one thing, they need a base runner. Is what they need to bring the tying run to the plate with that 2-run home run that Napoli
Jose
hit.
Ramirez moves into third base, taking over there for Juan Uribe. So new defense is set, and here we go with Miguel Cabrera at the plate. And Shaw fires it in a first pitch strike. Outside, he missed. Cabrera bounced out on the first pitch he saw tonight in the first inning. Then he singled off the glove of Uribe in the 4th. Now lined one to deep left in the 6th, but he singles to start the 8th, and the tying run comes to the plate.
It looked like he was just sitting on that little slider right there and takes it right back up the middle.
Number 41.
There it is, away. He handles that pitch easily. So the tying run will be coming to the plate.
Omar Vizquel giving directions to Miguel Cabrera, which pretty much is wait till Victor hits it.
Yes, and make sure it hits grass before you run. You know, don't get doubled up. That's about all you can say.
And it's in tight, ball 1. Victor with a sharp single to right field his last time up. And Shaw shaved the outside corner with a strike, 1-1. Wow, that looked like a pretty good pitch.
Well, there's another look at it. Had to call it high, if anything. It had plenty of plate.
Victor trying to go the other way, but it's foul. The Indians on top 5-3. Napoli holding Cabrera at first, or at least bird dogging him. Don't really have to hold him. He's not going anywhere.
No, he's not going anywhere. But this is one time I was just thinking where Victor will. You see, he tried to shoot it the other way to keep something going. If he gets a pitch out there that he likes.
And he pops it up foul, out of play.
This is where you want to see that ground ball where he rolls over on one to the right side. Because that's where the communication has to go. With Ramirez playing at third base, he'll be the double play guy.
So how do you entice him to do that to where he'll roll over and won't just shoot it the other way?
I'd rather just see him pop it up, but you know that he throws the cutter, so everything's going to be breaking into his bat. If you know what I'm saying. You don't want to throw it off speed, and you don't want to throw it on the inner part of the plate.
And again, he spoils it,
and he could probably do that all night long. Just foul it off to stay alive until he gets something to his liking.
wants it down. The 2-2 is way high. Full count.
Yeah, Victor's double checking with the umpire saying that is 3-2, right? He said, yep, absolutely.
And the payoff pitch is ball 4. And Shaw has put himself directly into a pot of boiling water. 2 on, nobody out, and now Nick Castellanos, who's given the Indians nothing but trouble, is coming to the plate. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Cameron Maben singled, Miguel Cabrera singled. They had 2 on, nobody out. And then Danny Salazar struck out Victor, Castellanos, and Upton to end that inning. Castellanos last time up, he hit a 2-run homer off Danny Salazar. Challenged him with a fastball and threw it by him. Cody Allen getting ready in case he's needed here in the 8th. One ball, 1 strike. Castellanos fouled that one right back, shaking that left hand.
You know, we saw him do that in Detroit too. You know, when he takes a bit, there's the 2-run homer to tie the game on a changeup from Salazar, hit it into the seats. He took a swing in that one game and let go, and he's shaking that left wrist like I don't know what happened to it there, but he fouled the pitch off. Obviously, it doesn't hurt when he makes contact. Well, Shaw looking for out number 1 here, and they had been.
And the pitch smashed to Kipnis, to Lindor. There's one back to first, double play. Miguel Cabrera to third, but now there are 2 down.
Oh boy, that was a big play there. Kipnis going to his right, made the backhanded stab and flipped it easily over to Lindor, but Frankie had a little tough time getting it out of the glove, but no problem, they still turn it. He had a double clutch. Kipnis flagged that ball down. That was hit right on the nose. Hit well by Castellanos, but right into the tracks. They turn the double play. Just what the doctor ordered for the Tribe.
And with 2 down, Justin Upton to the plate. Upton 0 for 2, walked his last time up. A little bit low, ball 1. today, the Blue Jays wiped out Kansas City 6-2. As Upton fouls that back. White Sox, excuse me, White Sox won. They've won 3 in a row. They're 43-40, but the Royals losing. They're 43-39 now. And they began the day a half game behind Detroit in the AL Central. One ball, one strike. 2 down in the 8th. And that's out of play on the right side. You know, Arch, given that it's just about to hit 12:30 a.m., there's still a lot of people here. I give a lot of these folks credit.
Well, they came. That's their
I mean, they
4th of
came
July.
early. Remember, they were packed trying to get into the ballpark at about 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Like we haven't seen all year long. But, you know, they had one thing in mind. Let's see fireworks. Let's see an Indians win. We'll see how they get up tomorrow and have to go to work.
Now the 1-2. Oh, my. That was close. It was borderline. It looked like it's not a strike. But, boy, Upton, you could tell he wanted to get after it, and he left it in the hands of the umpire, which a lot of hitters don't like to do with 2 strikes.
Yeah, a little high. It's one that you can definitely get after, though, and swing.
With Moya on deck, the 2-2 pitch in the air, right field. Lonnie Chisenhall is there. And the inning is over. Brian Shaw gets a double play ball to help him get out of the 8th inning. And the Indians lead it 5-3. At 6:30 with Indians live. First pitch at 7 on Sports Time Ohio, or streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Swing into Summer, presented by Miller Lite. Bottom of the 8th inning, and the Indians have the bottom third of their order due up. And the new pitcher is Mark Lowe.
Lowe coming on for the 30th time, 1-3 record, a high ERA in 25 innings, 21 strikeouts. You can see the opposition hitting .346 off Lowe. He's going to come on and face Gomes, Uribe. No, I'm sorry, Uribe's out, so would it be Chisenhall and Almonte? I think he's in his spot, right?
I believe yes. Let's see, we got Gomes, Chisenhall.
Yeah.
Pitch outside. And Gomes fouls it back.
The Indians have scored 4 times out of the first 7 innings here. Solo runs in the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and the Napoli 2-run homer, the big one, in the 7th.
Gomes sends a towering fly ball to center field. Cameron Maben makes the grab one away. They finally got that crooked number, though, in that 7th inning.
Yeah,
That
they
was
sure did.
Huge.
They sure did.
Recapping our keys to the game, brought to you by Mazda. Early fireworks. Well, the Indians have done a great job against Detroit, outscoring them in the first 3 innings in the season series, 25-1. They got out to the early lead, even though Detroit came back and tied it. The Indians never trailed. Lonnie Chisenhall's first at bat. He fouls a pitch off. See Chisenhall's numbers on the year. He had a fantastic month of June. You just got to hope that carries over into July. He smashes that one to third.
Boy.
Diving stop by Castellanos, and his throw is in time.
What a play that was. And you know, he did what more guys are starting to do now. Instead of trying to make the throw in the air, he came down and spiked it, but it bounced twice and he got rid of it so quickly. He still had time to get Chisenhall. Nice play, Castellanos. Really nice. There's the 1-hop, the 2-hop, and they just do get him at first base. That takes a possible double away from him.
I'd love to know after the game if that's what he intended with that throw or if he got a little lucky there.
He got lucky. I think he tried to do it on 1 bounce, not 2.
That's what I mean, because that ball looked like it got spiked before it reached the pitcher's mound.
But the point he wanted to do was get it up and get rid of it as quickly as possible, and he did, and it was accurate. We're seeing that more, and we see it from Lindor, who goes over when he's ranging to his right to get the ball and try and 1-hop it. And that's not a bad play, so you don't have to get as much on it as long as you're accurate. It's like an outfielder's throw. Hit that grass. I mean, these infields are so fast, you can go ahead and.
Absolutely. I mean, these fields are manicured to the point where you can't. If Frank Duffy would have tried that, it would have gone in a gopher hole in old Cleveland Stadium.
They don't know. Come
that
on,
ball would have disappeared.
It wouldn't have got through the grass.
Frank, where'd the ball go? Almonte fouls one straight back.
I mean, I like that throw from a lot of the infielders now. Go ahead and let that first baseman give him a true hop, because when you watch, if you're out here early enough and watch infielders take fungos or something, you'll see an infield coach go over and hit the guys to first base balls at 1-hop and 2 hops and things like that. That's a drill they work on all the time.
Abraham Almonte 0 for 3 tonight. Reached for it, pulled it foul. Cody Allen ready to come on for the Indians in the 9th. Got him looking. Indians go in order. The 9th inning is coming up next. The Indians trying to keep their record on the year perfect against Detroit.
To close this one out and give the Indians another win against the Tigers, it would be their 10th straight win against Detroit this year if he can seal the deal. Welcome to the corner, along with Jensen Lewis, Al Pulowski. Boy, Mike Napoli tonight, another big hit late in the game to put the Tribe ahead.
I mean, it's America's birthday party. Why wouldn't there be a party at Napoli's? I mean, what he's been able to do for this ball club, particularly here at Progressive Field, 38 of his 55 RBIs, 12 of his 17 homers. I'll tell you what, he likes being here.
Join us after the game for Indians Live. It's brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. For now, back upstairs we go for the call of the 9th inning. Here are Matt and Rick. Fellas.
All right, thanks, guys. It has been, all things considered, a heck of a ball game, heck of a night. All these fans jamming their way into the ballpark. And they had to sit through a rain delay of 2 hours and 21 minutes before the game got underway. But I bet most of them were still here when this game began. Now, some of them have taken it on home. And some of them have just moved into a better spot to watch fireworks when it's all said and done. And we're 3 outs away from that happening as Cody Allen will try to nail down his 18th save of the year. He's got the bottom third of the Tigers order to deal with. Stephen Moya, James McCann, Jose Iglesias. And Moya chases one up high.
Well, trying to get on base. That was not a very good swing right there. Went after and chased Allen's fastball first pitch.
Upstairs. Cody Allen, 7th in the American League with 17 saves coming into tonight. And threw it by him again. 1-2. And he got a piece of that to stay alive. Just thinking to myself, one of the rare times this year where Danny Salazar ended up with a no decision.
Right. Only his 3rd time this year for a no decision.
And he struck him out with a great fastball, one away. It looked like Moya just could not catch up to Cody Allen's fastball in this at-bat.
He threw 3 of them. The first one he helped him out, but then he comes back. You see it's elevated. It's up that belt, and he's a big left-handed hitter with a slight uppercut. So he located that fastball very well in that at-bat to Moya.
The Indians this year 24-10 against the Central Division. It's a big reason why they have surged to the top of the standings. If you look at the Tigers, they're at the other end of the spectrum. They're 12-16 in the division.
Well,
and each of the last 3 years, they've been very good. Last year they were 18-10 after 28 games in the division.
And 9 of those 16 division losses have come against us.
Yep. Just missed there. Again, close, but no cigar. And it's 3-0 to McCann. You don't want to walk anybody and bring the tying run to the plate now.
Or flip that lineup over to get back to the top. I'm sure you're going to see McCann take 1, if not 2 here to just try and get on base.
Bullseye. Ball 4, he walked him.
For Detroit, the hitter, shortstop, Iglesias.
And McCann is aboard now for Jose Iglesias, representing the tying run at the plate. And as you said, you got Ian Kinsler now in the on-deck circle, and he's got 16 home runs this year. Blowing away ball 1, and out goes Yan Gomes.
Well, he'd love to get that ground ball and let him turn 2, get that double play.
You know who loves a buy one get one free? Andre Knott. He's a big fan of that 2-for-1 deal.
Well, I am too.
A pitch and a strike called. Iglesias didn't like it. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Popped him up, back out of play. And it's 1-2. The only other team in the American League with 50 wins is Texas. They started the night 52-31. Indians sitting on 49 victories. The 1-2 pitch.
That hit him?
No, I think it got off, it glanced off the bat.
That was weird. I didn't see Mike Everett say anything. Yeah, it deflected. It sure did. It came straight down. It looked like it got a piece of Gomes. Boy, that was close, wasn't it? Good at hand, but he just moved a little bit, so foul ball. Re-rack it.
Throws his bat at it. Kipnis to Lindor. Back to first. Safe at first.
Well, they'll look at that again. I am sure that was awfully close. Iglesias was hustling down there. And if he beat that out, that's great hustle by him to keep that inning going and give him one more opportunity.
I don't know.
Let's take a look. What do we say here?
Out.
Oh, I agree with you. I'm thinking they want it. Tito says, let's check it out. What a way that would be to end the ball game.
I think this is going to get overturned. Now, again, it's got to be conclusive, or at least that's what we're led to believe.
Well, I'll tell you what, it looked like it. It sure did from what we showed. And they ran a replay up on the scoreboard. Of course, all the fans agree. But it was close. Could this game end on the call? It is be overturned. Let's see.
I think so, Arch.
Well,
he's
I'll
out.
tell you, that's, well, you know, hey, after what we saw in Toronto, I'm just going to sit here and wait to get it overturned. He was called safe, so you're going to have the evidence. Let's see.
First base umpire Jordan Baker is the man on your right. With his back to you, the man on the left is Mike Everett, the crew chief. It is great hustle by Iglesias trying to beat it out.
Yeah, I mean.
But I think the glove looks like it's in Napoli's, or the ball looks like it's in Napoli's glove just before the foot.
Well, they're going to take a long. Hey, we've had to wait all night. Why not wait now? 2.5 hours to start the game. Let's wait another 5 minutes at the end. Let's see.
Anticipation.
You know, yeah, no kidding.
Now that last replay angle we showed, it looks like he's safe. It's weird.
Well,
the one from in front of the play looks like he's out. The one from behind, it looks like he's safe.
Well, they're joking out there like they feel he's out. So I don't know. They have a feel, but you never know. They're making the call in New York, so.
This is the one, to me, this looks like he's out. Ball in glove, foot's not on the bag. But the replay angle from behind, it almost gives the appearance that he did beat it.
Well, let's go, boys. Give us it. Is he
out? Game's over. The Indians continue their mastery of the Tigers. They've run their record to 10-0 against Detroit. And they've won 12 straight here at Progressive Field, the longest home win streak in the Bigs this year. The Tribe goes to 50-32 on the year, and their lead in the Central Division swells to 6.5 games. The winning pitcher is Jeff Manship. He goes to 1-1. Cody Allen gets his 18th save of the year. Losing pitcher is Bruce Rondon, who is now 2-1 in Detroit. He is 49-33 on the year. Oh, excuse me, they are 44-39 on the years. They have their 6-game win streak come to an end tonight here in Cleveland. We'll take a timeout. Back with a final word right after this.